It's 12 o'clock. And we're live. Happy Wednesday. Hump Day, everybody. January 29th, 2020. Oh, 28th. January 28th. Tomorrow's the 29th. Today, the 28th of January. Hump Day, Wednesday. What shenanigans are we up to today? Yeah, boy. You know, looking for a fight, picking a fight. That's very problematic. Being invaded and tread upon, it can't feel good either. And you hear, like, I've been watching the news. Obviously, I am not happy. Good shooting, like, it straight up, it struck a nerve the way she was depicted. And I don't know if anybody else watches these. I love this Audit the Audit, where live interactions between police and, auditors or bystanders that are, trying to, not have their rights infringed upon. And a lot of times, officers, they don't have things quite right. Maybe it's just things they think they can get away with, or they do get away. They have their tricks to get what they want, get where they need to get to. And they deal with a lot of people, and as much as I love police officers. I love the fact that we have a government and law and order, and that, and there are good officers out there. And even in this ICE administration, there's a lot of good people being deployed into, they're not at the border where they thought they would be. They're being put into dangerous situations because, and this just is unprecedented. Like, working with local law enforcement to find the worst of the worst and get them out is way different than just going and asking people for their papers because they look different or look like they might be foreign. We are foreign. We are not from here. We've claimed the land, and yes, it's been a long time, and I get it all, but let's not pretend that this is a white-only state. This is a place for people from all over the world. That's why it's so hard for me, because when I was a kid in second grade, when they taught us about the melting pot that is America, and how people come here from ships, and once our patriots took over and freed ourselves from being underneath a king, a tyrant, and our founding fathers set our nation up to, and it kind of blows my mind because I don't understand it clearly how we had slaves with the way the Constitution, that was always problematic to me. Like, if every man's equal and they wrote this, then why did they still have slaves back then? And I think at the time, just like I do with my MTP right now, I know the benefits my clients will get because I'm getting those benefits. And I know that over time that they will have those benefits too, but they have to get there first. So I believe our founding fathers of this country and its laws, I believe their intent was ahead of its time. They were looking at technological advancements. I mean, back then, technology was being able to consistently make a blade, or like, manufacturing back then was way different, but it's still a science and there was still technology. Just because it wasn't using electricity and screens lit up, like, they had technology that would flag something to tell them something, and maybe it wasn't an email, but they would look over and they'd see something happening, and that's technology, that's communications. That's what I'm trying to, I just don't understand how people can't see the big picture, but I get it. I work with people all day long and they still don't get how to work a computer. In today's age, not to be able to work a computer is like saying you don't understand the fundamentals of plumbing. Water goes down. Anyway, normally I'd have the news on while I'm working down here. I can't watch it right now. I can't listen to the statement that was written for Kristi Noem and this, whoever they're calling Gestapo, this Bavito or whatever the hell his name is. Again, I don't know these people, and I'm sure if we were locked in an elevator together and we had to survive, that we'd be able to work together to get out of the situation. I'm sure there's some humanity in these people to some degree. I hope so. And I also know that if you look at Kristi Noem and this, believe it, whatever his name is, if you look at their statements after this pretty shooting, I mean, they're reading from the same fucking document. There is a message that's put together by a communication specialist, just like in an organization that I work with. When we go to announce something to the workforce, I'm very like, the owner of the company is just going to wing an email and send it out to everybody. No, whoa. Where are we headed? What you're going to communicate with everybody, and they're going to read this, and that's rare. Like, can we take a moment to make sure when we do this that we kind of make sure all dots are dotted and all T's are crossed, and make sure it's before we send that out as a team, and make sure that everybody, or do we create a system to where we have a formal way to communicate internally? Administration. Every business needs administration to help them with their communications and to choose what systems to use. And when there is a message that goes out, administration helps put that together. So what I'm doing for small businesses is managing their administration. I come in and fill the gap they don't have. At first it was IT. They didn't have an IT department. Well, I'm trying to deliver IT to my clients. The bottleneck isn't the service is being delivered and our ability to deliver it. It might be our ability to train and teach our users. There was a gap there. That's the missing piece. Is they're not using the technology properly, and they're cutting corners everywhere they can just to get the result they want instead of looking at all the damage they're leaving behind to get that result. Like, what is missing? Authority. I don't have the authority to go in there and tell a business how to do things. I don't want that authority, first of all. It's not my business. I'm just here to make sure that your tech use is solid and everything's going smooth. And I hear your pain points. I see the gap in communication and the issues with double efforts and no clear vision. And like, all these things stand out to me clear as day because the way I frame things up here. And I try to go to work with people, and the way they frame things is completely different. The way they frame things is what's really just right in front of them. Framing things beyond that to make sure that whatever's right here is good. Like, all this is fucked. And what's right here is all they're focused on. And they're in a state of reactivity. And they're like, why is everything so fucked? Well, broaden your perspective and look around you. Get control of the systems you can control, so that way whatever's in front of you is easy to deal with. How do you put all that into simple systems that can speak for itself? That way I can get the fuck out of the way and help people in a way that they're helping themselves, I guess. How can I empower these people to adopt and learn the methodologies, the frameworks, the technologies, and put them to use for themselves? Well, we start with leadership. How else are you going to do it? I mean, if you can take it to a user and tell them, and they can be all great, then they go to the manager like, hey, this is all great, let's do it. And then they ain't got time to listen to your problem. You're needing something because it's going to... Yes, there's a budget that's needed for technology and resources. If you want this thing to go smooth and to get consistent results, it's going to cost some money. Well, it's going to cost some money and it's not worth it. Wait a minute. I'm sitting here telling you, you're going to get consistent results where things just flow smoothly. You're going to free up some serious time here. You can't use that freed up time. That doesn't save you anything. Bullshit. And we can show you now with our MTP. Bullshit. All right. So I had to create systems. I had to find a way to make it easy so that way people quit looking at me as the bad guy. And we're all on the same page. This is just how we operate. And now I just want everything to finally. All right. I'm getting on here just to check a few things, make sure everything's copacetic with everybody. Oh my. All right. Here lately, I've been getting super hungry halfway through the day. I don't know if it's because it's cold out or what. Take my medicine. Let's get to it. Ugh. Beautiful, peachy. We are going to be meeting with Wegman Company's operations team tomorrow, which consists of Jerry, who is the operations manager, who oversees warehouse and field operations. Warehouse and field operations are considered child departments of operations. And Jake manages field while Nick manages warehouse. I've been working with Wegman for 8 years, and the admin pipeline is something I've been developing for the last 2.5 years. I want to make sure that as we bring these guys into the system, that the gatekeeper, Scott, allows for Navicore to have a seat at the table with leadership and allow us to run administration. Period. The bottom line is we're trying to get everybody to work from the MTP framework, which consists of us setting up our tech stack to be healthy, And we can get into what makes a healthy tech stack. The workforce, ensuring they're aligned, accountable, and that it's crystal clear of roles and expectations. And lastly, we're working on identity. Finding the true voice of who the company is. Period. Most brands will put out there who they're trying to be and post putting on a facade or a mask, if you will. When we look at identity, what we're looking at is both internal and external experience, communications, and overall alignment between the two. We say that identity is the mission and the purpose of the brand. The voice of the brand, to be authentic, should be aligned with what's actually happening internally and externally. Trusting in our systems and to set the bylaws and the rules of the playbook we are creating as an organization using the MTP framework and the digital workspace that we call team sites, admin sites, department sites. We create a digital workspace that is a live representation of that playbook. This is where we document the rules. This is where we have people go to get to the resources needed to do their job. It is our true North Star, centralized working digital workspace. I'm adding an objective in the admin pipeline for Wegman Company right now to build the Wegman Company employee portal. The team site already acts as a portal. The portal we're setting up is through the phone. We have a DID that we are configuring in Wegman Company's PBX that when called, employees will have the option to get IT support Human resources support, updating the process for when an employee calls in. They just call this line and they leave a message on the call-in line. And by leaving that message, it notifies our workforce and proper people are sent proper notifications through proper mediums in order to manage the situation through Wegman Company's SOP and P, period. We are the administration coming in not to make decisions for the company, comma, we are not trying to take over, comma, we are bringing clarity and systems that allow us to thrive, period. For the overview, which is 1 to 3 paragraphs about the subject, in this case, the Wegman Company Employee Portal phone line, we need an overview in a summary format that explains the reason for this objective. Period. Please generate that overview as a starting point for this conversation. So what I just did there is I created a prompt that's going to help me get these objectives entered in here and prepare us for our session tomorrow. This objective establishes a unified employee portal for Wegman Company that extends the existing team site into a simple phone-first entry point for the workforce. By introducing a dedicated DID with Wegman's PBX, employees gain a single trusted number to access IT support, human resources, and potential and operational assistance without needing to know who to call or which inbox to use. Wait a minute, what the fuck? By introducing a dedicated DID with Wegmans PBX, employees gain a single trusted number to access IT support, human resources, and operational assistance without needing to know who to call or which inbox to use. Calls are routed to structured options, and voicemail submissions automatically notify the appropriate roles through the correct systems and communication channels, ensuring requests are captured visibly and managed consistently. The purpose of this objective is to reduce friction, eliminate ad hoc escalation, and reinforce the Master Tech Plan way of working, where objectives are planned, matters are routed correctly, and outcomes are documented through SOP and P. The phone portal becomes an extension of the digital workspace, a live operational front door that connects employees to the team site, admin processes, and department workflows. This creates clarity for field and warehouse teams alike, supports accountability across operations leadership, and protects maker time by preventing interruptions from bypassing established systems. Navicor's role is to administrative, not authoritative. As the MTP administrator, Navicor provides the structure, tooling, and governance that allows Wegman leadership to operate with confidence without taking decision-making away from the organization. Okay. This objective formalizes how employees ask for help, how the company responds, and how those interactions feed back into continuous improvement, strengthening the tech stack, aligning the workforce, and ensuring the company's So this is MTP heavy. We are doing this for the Wegman Tech Plan, and I need you to ensure this is focused on the objective. We don't want to educate on MTP here. We want to be clear on the objective. We will have an SOP and P, and maybe this can hint at what resources will be required for a true employee portal number to call for support. What areas can we think of to make this successful? Please reduce this to a single paragraph overview of the scope, purpose. Please don't say the scope is or the purpose is. Lay it out objectively. This objective delivers a single, easy to remember employee phone line for Wegman Company that acts as a centralized front door for workforce support. Employees call one number and are guided to the right path for IT support, human resources, or operational assistance, leaving a message that is automatically routed to the appropriate team and tracked through existing processes. The effort focuses on defining clear call flows, notifications, ownership, and response expectations while tying the phone experience back to documented workflows and resources already used by the business. This is the department app, period. If you look at the columns, we have the department title, then the department lead, then we have the channels, meaning how do you reach out and submit objectives, or how do you get support from that department. That's what the channel is for. And we need to explain somewhere how the channel is used and what for. Then we have the site. So if that department has a department site, it would go in this column. So that way you can easily get to that site. And then we want to have the SOP and P, meaning there is a folder for each department to go to its list of SOP and P. So you can see that the overview and matters are empty for each department. We want a simple overview, which is 1 to 3 paragraphs, explaining the scope and purpose of whatever it is you're explaining and how it relates to the tech plan that it's being put under. This is Wegman Company's tech plan. We don't want to have MTP heavy discussion. They are adopting the MTP. That's obvious by the fact that they're in the MTP doing the work. We don't need to say MTP or discuss it in these overviews. They know they work with Navicore. This is their tech plan built off of Navicore's master tech plan. So, with that being said, please give me an overview for the administration department and what kind of matters and objectives we deal with for administration based off the MTP framework. The BBs. You ready to jump on a Teams call, or do you have time today?
I don't want to jump on the Teams call now.
Okay.
I don't have time, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why I'm feeling.
I don't even know what that was about. Is it about to go over what the meeting's going to be about again?
Well, first of all, I want to go over what administration is with you and make sure you're aligned with us. Because if you are, then we're good. Like everything will be solid. Do you understand? Can we have a 15-minute talk around that today? Do you think, or no?
Keep talking while I'm doing this.
Well, I need your okay. I believe the biggest issue I've had with all my clients is that I don't have the authority to say, well, this is the system, this is how we work, and everybody just works in it, and it turns into what it's going to turn into. I don't have that authority. And I don't need to make decisions.
And here's the thing, I'll speak to that.
Go ahead. Yeah, I need your feedback.
And I'm not the only one that's living in this world, is from my seat, it is extremely difficult to say that, because I feel like this is a ship that's kind of just being pushed out to sea, and we're kind of seeing where the wind goes and how people adapt to it. Even though there is a quote unquote path, there is no path. There's a perceived path, but there's not a proven path.
Oh, no. There is a path. I'm living it. I'm doing it myself. So Navicore in and of itself, well, not at the not at the level Wegman is. Obviously, you guys have been doing this for 50 years and have built something with your playbook and playing your guys' backyard game the way you guys play it, and have built something great.
I'm giving you arguing with you. I'm giving you a reason why adoption for others may be.
Well, it is the same reason, but and here it is, and it's the same reason. Look, basically, what administration does in the MTP, this is its responsibility. The administration department is responsible for administering the digital workspace. That means SharePoint, right? Anything digital in our workspace. The administration department works with IT to make sure that, hey, this is how our business operates. These are the systems we need, and we need it to flow like this. That's administration's job, is to make sure that things are flowing and making sure that decisions can be made with the right decision makers by giving them the information in front of them. So the clean statement, and I'm putting this in the department app. under the overview, because each department, human resources, is going to have an overview.
I understand, but I'll just tell you what that sounds fine. Here's the challenge with that statement. Nobody knows how it works.
I get that. And I have a perceived idea of how it works, but until I get in and start living in it, and it's not so much perceived either, because I'm actually doing it with gatekeepers. I've been using this with you, and we are getting to the finish line. We are getting clearer, and it's getting there, but I have to stick to it. And I'm trying to find ways to get you guys to buy into it quicker, so that way you guys, because what it really comes down to is, do you trust your administration? Are they doing the job? Because you can't sit there and watch them and you don't understand the framework. Can you trust them?
I
So,
don't think I can.
and that's fair. That's fair. We got to understand why you do that.
That's not a derogatory statement.
I don't.
What it is that that's too big of a concept. What
Oh,
to us, because what does that mean?
it's
Where they're going, I have to understand where they're going and know that that's the right way to go about it. Because what's happened is that's when you decide to step in and say, no, I don't think we should be doing that.
well. In the sake of time, I hear you, and I just want to make sure that you understand how I'm coming to you, saying, Scott, and I did have you in the administration seat and me in the IT seat. I swapped those because I really need to be at the table. Like you and I were arguing about this, and I agree with you. It's not you, and I understand that we want somebody better than me, but I don't think we have anybody else that understands what I'm trying to do, and I think I'm the best person for it. So I appreciate the opportunity. But here, let me read this one paragraph to you real quick. The administration department is responsible for administering the digital workspace and the systems that keep work flowing across the business. This includes managing the admin pipeline, supporting the admin team, and ensuring objectives and matters move through the correct channels with clear ownership and visibility. Administration exists to create operational clarity, reduce friction, and prevent work from bypassing agreed upon workflows. That's my job. And if you trust me with that, I'm giving us a central place to work from that will also include your critical success factors and everything else. Each department will have its own set of matters versus objectives that it will have, like a generalization of those. For instance, human resources. If you think of matters with human resources, it's people calling off and dealing with personalities, or whatever you can think of with workforce matters. And then you go to sales and marketing matters. The proposal wasn't done right, or there's certain issues that will come from sales and marketing, or the social post. We have to build a whole new campaign. Like those are objectives and matters around sales and marketing. If you look at the system and the framework, all I'm doing is bringing a common language. That's what administration's doing. We're bringing a common language and a framework for us to live in and work. Joseph is just saying, hey, if he steps in like you're saying I would do, and say, oh, that's not right. Why I'm stepping in is because, hey, if we're winging this because we got to get it done and there's no time to get a capture of how we do this, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel next time, fine, go on with it. But if we can, let's pause for a second, think about this and think about the big picture. How does this fit in the big picture? If we can do that, great. If we can't, then we move on. That's why SOP and P isn't always going to be required, even though we might need an SOP and P for that thing. Administration's job is to understand the big picture of where we are and to get the SOP and P done that needs to be done today with our limited time, because we are building the plane as we fly. Somebody has to be big picture playing conductor, and that's what administration does. So if you let me come in, and then once you guys start living and singing that dance, you're going to see that Joseph Sunderman's doing the same thing that he's doing with you with other clients. It's a trainable thing that you guys can take over yourselves. I want to empower you to have your own administrator.
So
I want to go administer somebody else and get them out of this. I'm going to move on to somebody else. You guys have to be able to do this yourselves, or have one of my new account managers come in and take over for you, because I want to I'll always be a part of Wegman. I mean, I want my studio to operate for me. I'm going to live here in Cincinnati. Like, this is home. So, like, I'm going to be involved with you guys to some degree always. But I don't plan on being administrator of Wegman Company forever.
I just you want something from me that I can say yes to, but I'm trying to give you reasons why that answer is a challenge.
It's a challenge for all of us.
Well, I understand, but if when you say the admin team is to understand functionality, how we operate, and whatever that looks like, who teaches them that? Who teaches Nick that he can't use some part of SharePoint because that's not right?
No. Well, let's look at the framework. Remember, we want them to be able to play, so we're going to create an environment for them to play in. And if they work with administration to let us know if we can get a roadmap going, so we can see what's coming, so that way the administrator can start playing chess properly instead of reacting to everything that's happening around and start driving the things that are happening. That's the big difference.
But just take for instance the operational thing that they're trying to do, where they're trying to connect it to HR. Melissa's
I just saw where they're sending invoices. I was in there helping Chrissy, and now we're sending invoice approvals and things of that nature through his system. Like great, but how can we? Who's at the top saying, "Here's how everything"? Is he in charge of all of that in the operating system of Wegman Company? If he is, then
my point to that, Joe, is this: if that's a me thing, and it has allowed their process to be improved from downstairs to upstairs, so he doesn't have to trek up here or have to be on the phone or anything like that, that is good. I am not going to step in the way and say, you know what?
Nobody should
Understand is how you're doing this. Let me figure out if that's the best way to do this. No, we're not doing that.
I get it. I've worked for some very large companies where I felt like a number, and I don't want us to get to the point.
My point is that at what point, if he were developing this, when are you going to stick your nose in and be somebody that wants to understand something and start questioning stuff, and versus I don't understand that, and that's still the rub. It'll always be the rub, and I don't know how.
Well, he's trying like
looks like
that's why I'm trying to say is like I don't think he understands Wegman's currents. He understands where he is with this stuff, and he's teaching his team and giving them simple things to do, but he doesn't understand how it's affecting the back end of things and what we're trying to do.
I don't understand the negative part of that.
So and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you how you can administer stuff and not be granular with everything, but have a pulse on where the company's going and drive that. You can lead the efforts of Steven and Nick and Jake. These guys have great ideas. And that's why the admin team and the admin pipeline is so important, because
I understand, but you're still missing my point. So let's say we're all in agreement on what we're trying to do, and then all of a sudden I get a call from, Nick's using Dataverse. He's using Dataverse by Teams, and he's getting away with it, and that's a shortcut, that's a blah, 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 blah. And then it becomes my problem again.
Well, yeah, because what we're doing is we're expanding, and then you guys will come.
So nothing's changed. That's my point.
It won't change until we start working we start approaching it differently. And this is an effort for us to get our teams aligned, for IT and administration and operations to work together, so that way we can have a grasp and understand things and know we're on the right track and have trajectory and have forecasting. We gotta get a grasp on it. We can't allow, because what we're going to run into is another Rick situation. We're going to get held hostage by fucking Nick because he's not going to be happy with something, and he's going to do what he does now and shuts down, and then we're going to just go look at it yourself. You can see it. Why would we even engage with somebody that's doing things that way? That's I guess.
So what does that mean? So
what that means is
you're friend somebody else?
No. Is the system he's building Wegman Company's system, or is it Nick's system that he can go out and sell to other people like the MTP? Like, is this his system that he's building, or is this Wegman Company? Who owns the stuff that we're? Then why is it so difficult? And I get it's me and it's outside and it's not something that Wegman's wanting to do. I mean, I think Wegman wants to do it. They just don't know how to pursue it. All I'm trying to get at is if you look at each department head, and I'm putting in the department app, I'm adding a column, and operations will be the only department that has at this time. I think accounting will eventually have accounts payable and accounts receivable, but for right now it's just one. Operations is just one, but we're going to make the admin team work and for the system to work and for them to be part of the admin sessions and to help give direction. bringing Jake and Nick into the admin team, which is what we talked about last time, and I'm putting that into the department app and making it to where they have to. So that way, the way we make decisions and do things, you don't all the questions you're asking me. It's in the system that tells us how we work. That's where the lines are drawn and when you're out of bounds and who's responsible for what. Nick can be the gatekeeper of a system and not be a department head. Or we can make him a department head of a child department of operations and
I don't
have
think anybody gives a shit about it or anything like that.
you don't give a shit about it, you just want shit done, but the governance cares, administration cares, IT cares, official formal ways care.
Is that everything that you is important right there with what you said. Nobody in that process is a developer to know what is inbounds and what is out of bounds. The only person is you.
Well,
So we can have all these layers of
correct.
shit.
Would Wegman Company benefit from having those? Would Wegman Company benefit from having an administration?
Having all these layers, no, because nobody knows anything. There's zero value add in IT technology understanding. Zero.
Governance,
No.
governance of your tech stack. There's no value in that. Is what you just said.
No, that's not what I said. You
Okay.
said by the admin team.
Well.
Somebody on the admin team that brings a value to understanding the tech stack and how it operates or how it can be improved. Nobody, including myself. Nobody. So you want all those people to be in charge of making the decisions that we don't understand, just like I asked AI with you. Hey, I think we finally get it, hub and spoke. Yeah, it's really not that way. So
It is hub and spoke. It's hub and spoke, but it's not through Microsoft's form.
That's not my point. Everything can to understand how to play within it until we find out that that's really not how you play within it. But the only person that can tell us that is you. Nobody else does. So nobody else can make an intelligent decision with that. Yet you want me to commit to say the admin team is the high and mighty. They make everything has to be approved by the admin team. But guess what? Every time that has to happen, we have to explain what that means, and hopefully somebody understands what they're explaining, and that everybody else understands. Yeah, I think that we're good with that. Then we approve it, and then we find out that what we approved isn't right with you, or maybe you bring it up. No, you guys can't do that because that's going to require data burst. I don't know what the fuck that means, Joe.
Well, right now, the way things are going, things are being ran by themselves. You have shadow IT and shadow ops. That is happening. That's an actual thing happening right now. Which is you can talk to AI about it all you want and ask it these questions that you're asking me.
I don't think it's shadow ops. I think it's exactly what is the same thing that's going to happen no matter what. You're just calling it shadow ops. I know what they're doing.
You are one of those people that you're so closed-minded and not open to like I'm just full of shit. All this modern technology and best practices stuff that I'm talking about is all fluff. You know best. It's better just to get things done, and shadow ops is not a real thing. It's just getting things done. I'm just full of shit, and these are all just stupid terms, and it's all a bunch of noise. Yet you're constantly like just listen to you guys fight and argue. I'm trying to give us clear paths, and there's no clarity. And I'm sitting here saying, "Here's what."
Clear paths with, but you want the people to abide by it.
No, I want.
Know how to go about.
Here's what I want
just
you.
Want them to agree to it.
Here's what I want you to let me do. Let me sit. You know that chair I pull up and say, "This is Wegman Company sitting here."
Yeah.
Let me sit in that chair and speak for Wegman Company as far as administration goes. I'm not.
Just don't talk at a high. You're going to talk at a high level. They want to know how it works. Not here's how you put an objective and not that.
It's about.
Want to know. Okay, so
what they need to know is this SOPMP. Working from that folder, never taking anything out of the folder, never emailing anything, just working from that system. That is my focus. We work from the admin pipeline and from SOPMP, and once it's finished, we take it and make it a PDF and put it in a completed folder. And that's what we need. We need to get SOPMP being, those are data bricks.
So basically what you're doing is you're changing a process right now, a process that doesn't exist.
We're adding a process that doesn't exist,
Right,
correct.
but what you're adding So think about what you just said, that we need an SOPMP on things that we're doing. So that means somebody has to. This feels like when you brought me in for that APS 911 thing and said, look, we need to write out everything that we need them to do instead of talking through what we need to do, because I don't know what I'm calling shit. I just know what I needed to do. It's not my job to document.
Correct.
I'm not that person.
Well, that's what I'm coming in to do, and that's what administration does. And we need you guys.
That every SOPMP, somebody has to sit with you.
No, we're going to teach you guys. We're going to empower you guys to be able to. Each department head should be responsible for making their.
Nobody's going to learn it, Joe. I'm just telling you. No,
you may not. Jake's dying for it. I know.
No, he's not.
You and I just disagree. That's why I want to get everybody in the same room.
I literally sat with him. And he goes, "Yeah, talk to me. I told you this. He talked to me. I have zero time. I can't do this."
Well, that's he did. So is he not aligned with what it is and wants it, or does he not have time for it? Those are two different things.
I think it's a lot of time, and it's a little bit of, okay, I understand what
because he's with me. Like, we don't know exactly what it's going to be yet because we haven't done it. Now, everybody's tech plan is different. Yours is completely. Fisher is a remote workforce. AP Schweitzer is just a tax agency. They do taxes once a year, and they do bookkeeping. You're a whole different. Every one of you has different DNA and does these things differently. In fact, AP Schweitzer, the way we operate, we just have one list. That's it. One list and does everything: our initiatives, our objectives, and our matters, and our action items, because they already have systems, they already have administration. That's part of Andy's shtick. That's why he's an anchor to the master tech plan, because he's a huge value, and he's going to be the one doing our bookkeeping and making sure our taxes are paid properly and our payroll's done right. Like, he is. Well, you should, because what we're creating is a way for you guys right now to outsource some of this stuff yourselves.
What? The only thing I outsource is taxes.
You guys don't outsource. You guys do your own payroll.
Okay, I'm sorry. We do it internally, but we will always have to. We will never be able to do it internally, ever.
That's why we need that's what I'm trying to say is, with the MTP, imagine if we all had the administration had all the systems in place, and now we have all the data flowing where it's supposed to go, and we can just make decisions because we can see the dashboards we need to see, because administration came in and gave us, yes, we added a few layers of work, but it gives us this amazing capability to scale and grow and forecast. And now we have this financial side of this that understands the tech plan. They can come in and embed with this system and help us in other areas. You don't know the benefits until we sit down with a professional like Andy Schweitzer and go over it with him. I'm telling you, I mean, the sales and marketing side, Adam Basher, who is now like intrigued with this and wants to help build this out, like, having him as our guy to give Steven the tools for him to go out and do what he does. I mean, Steven's great. I think he's able to manage a system and do stuff, but to create Wegman Company's voice and its images and its the way it looks and feels, the way he's doing, I'm not a big fan of it. I think because I know what Adam's capable of. So it's not that I'm not trying to dog on anybody. I'm saying, how can we utilize the professional wheelhouse that we've put together? And so look at, you guys have already transformed so much, and I love it. I just want to, if you're on board with the administration overview, we need the whole workforce to look at administration's overview, human resources overview, and we all agree to it. Everybody on the admin team should agree to the way that it's laid out. And people are going to disagree already, because if you look at the app, you're going to look at the site column, and you're going to have Jerry going, why does admin, HR, and marketing all have sites, but operations doesn't? We're the ones that make this run. That's because you guys are doing SharePoint, but you're doing it in your own environment. We tried getting you guys to work with us for 8 years. You guys went rogue and did it on your own, and still doing it on your own. We want us all working together, and we've developed tools so we can work together. Now, if they have a tool they want to develop for us to work together, great, let's do it. The principle of the MTP is have a central place to work from. We don't have to use the admin pipeline. What is your system? I'll work from there. It's a gap I'm trying to fill.
Well, I don't know if this conversation has made me feel better. I swear to God.
But you're going to listen. I know you.
Today, it's to me.
The end of the meeting, the end result needs to be that we're aligned as a team working from a framework.
That is the issue. That's going to be the problem.
You're the one that has a problem with it. I think others won't.
Here's what others may or may not tell you.
And we're not going to allow people to go to you afterwards and say stuff. If they're going to say something, say it in this meeting.
I understand, but there's no way that anybody's going to know anything, because how does somebody that works on a computer just typing, how have they become part of the admin team that's approving all this stuff? All they are is an owner. All they are is in charge of finance. All they are is charge of marketing. But yet, we've made all these people now in charge of approval of technology. That makes zero sense to me. Because they have a say and they're on the admin team, they all have to buy in and understand it all. So now I have to teach somebody that's not interested in technology. They have to become technology first because they're on the admin team and they need them to understand it. So not only have we created another job, we've created another whole learning curve.
Well, yeah, the learning curve.
The way that you're explaining it, it's not real.
When we have, but the thing is it's going to allow us. It's going to protect your time so much. I don't think you understand this. The admin team is responsible for maintaining a healthy operating model by owning how work is planned, reviewed, and improved across the business. This team's yeah, like if you're not going to approve it, that's shadow ops 101. Period. You're letting people go out, build systems, and go to town with them, and you find out later, well, I don't even know they did that. That is what shadow ops is to leadership. Like, and if you're proactively doing it, saying, please go for it with no reporting.
If I had an owner involved in the development, that's shadow ops. Because I didn't know that's shadow ops.
Oh, are you okay? So let me ask you this: are you?
He's the one that asked for it. Chrissy isn't an owner. Chrissy asked for that.
Ask for what? Ask for what?
The thing that you're referencing. This invoice approval thing.
So, approvals. That's crazy that you guys internally would be asking for approvals, because when Joe brings up approvals, that's a detriment. But back to your point.
The invoice comes in that she can scan it and say, Nick, did they actually do this work? Yes or no?
And they were able to do that without getting approval from anybody else. Chrissy just go up to anybody and say, "Hey, I need this new app," and it gets developed. And there's nobody that's like.
But what you're saying is that I now need to get involved.
No,
say, Hold on, let me understand what you're doing.
See, this is why you don't understand the system. This is clear as day. Is that why if we have it, if instead of her going to Nick saying, "Hey, Nick, I need this," instead she goes to the admin team and says, "Hey, admin team, I'd like to get invoices through this way. I hear there's a new thing going on over here, or I saw that in our communications." Okay, great.
Put it forth in line, right?
No.
Because the admin team has more.
You don't know how quick things will go through your pipeline because you don't have one yet. Things will, when we're doing it as a team, that will tell us truly who we are and how we operate as a team. Like, and it will be sluggish at first.
It's the critical success factor pipeline, so I understand on that how that's working. So I will agree to disagree on that. It's just different. It's the same, but it's different. That's all.
It's governance. It's structure.
I hate the idea of governance. I hate the idea of some of this stuff. I'm not going to fight it. I'm just telling you. It's like I don't even want to be in the room when you do it, but I know I have to be in the room because all it means is I'm going to crawl in my skin because whatever you're saying, I know the shit that's going to come out at the end. That's all. But I will be in the room. I still haven't set anything up because I don't even know where we left the conversation this morning about you're ready or not ready.
Well, I have been ready for. What the issue is going to be is when we go in that room and you're sitting there rolling your eyes and not get like it's just going. You're going to create such a fucking problem because everybody's going. Well, here, if you're going to come in,
The bylaw, Joe, is going to come from, you're going to go down a path that you and I have already
as long as
discussed.
you listen, you can roll your eyes all day long as you go, hey guys, Joseph feels like very strongly that this is going to help us, and I'm giving him an opportunity, and it's up to him. He's driving this. I'm letting him play administrator of Wegman Company, and we're going to devote some time to this to see if it's a waste of time or not.
And we're going to give this 3 months. Is that what we're saying?
If you guys commit to that, that would give us a base, and that way, if they get mad, throw their arms up and leave, well, we have a meeting next week, so let's try to do better next week because we're doing this for 3 months. If we stick to that and we tell them that that is what's going to happen here, I guarantee you, at the end of the 3 months, you're going to be thanking me.
Okay. So if we're going to 3 months and you're going to explain everything of what it's about, are you going to set expectations or goals that that's supposed to be, that we know that that we've achieved something, or is that just a feel good thing?
When you see the approved SOPMP and the completed objectives by the time we're done with that 3 month period, that right there is your KPI. That's going to give you, that's why I don't think you're just going to thank me. I think you guys are going to be, listen, all I want is a good testament for my service so that way I can go help other people do what I know this is going to be a huge improvement to an operation. I want you guys to stop looking at it as something ugly or fear or extra work, and look at it as what I look at it as, which is clarity, confidence, time. I get my time back, which is huge. Yeah, this running around and being reactive constantly like that, fuck that shit. Get that out of the window. The culture, you guys have a great culture that could be shining so much more if it had all this cloud out off of you guys.
So
Like,
so is the reactive part that you're talking about, like when you call me and say I need an hour today, that's not scheduled, or hey, I need 15 minutes, that the reactive part?
yeah, I mean, so
Supposed
yeah.
to be practicing.
I would love to be fully managed in a state where I just come in and look at my pipelines and know what's in front of me for that day. But the reality is that is a desired state. That's something that we're aiming towards, and the more we work towards it, the closer we get to it. And also the closer we get to it, it's almost like the bar keeps moving because technology keeps changing. But the principles, the working from a central place doesn't change. We might export it and put it in a new app because we can do this new thing now. But the fundamental practice, and this is what I'm trying to tell you is, whether you're on Google, Microsoft, whatever it is, I don't care if it's a piece of paper, you can do the MTP. You have to have a central place for us all to work from, and that's the official place that it is, and everybody has to go to that thing to let us know where things are. And the easier you can make that, the better. So try not to do it on a piece of paper. If you have Google or Microsoft, boom, we have a tool for you. You just need a central place to go to. It's not about Microsoft or Google. It's about what we're doing in this technology. It's all of us working in a structured way that we can filter and see it. It's a database of what's going on and what's to come. And we as a team, with there being more people, multiple people, as we build out these pipelines and these departments, each department head has to understand the overall picture because they know the weight of what their pipeline brings to the overall picture. I'm telling you, once we have everybody having a clean pipeline in the pipeline, each department, where there's a roadmap in there that we all agree to and that we're all aligned with. I know it's a lot of feel good shit that I'm talking about, but until you experience what that feels like, oh, I can't. Yeah, I gotta go. I got my 1:30 started.
Oh, good. Okay, bye.
Dick. What's up, big dog?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, just last call went over a little bit. I saw you jumped on a few minutes ago. Just wrapping up, going over things with people, trying not to lose my composure.
Understand that.
How are things going at Northwest Local School District?
It's going all right. We've been out since, we've been out the last 3 days.
Yeah, Jonah's upstairs. Like, yeah, there's no school today either. Like, what the hell, people? And to be honest with you, I haven't left the house. I did the day the storm hit because I love being in the shit. Like when it's snowing like that, I like to get my Forerunner, go out there and play. But I wasn't out there long because it was pretty. I mean, 10 inches of snow will do it. But no, I'm glad. I'm glad it's starting to get longer days and warmth. It's fucking freezing out there right now.
Yeah, it is spring. I was out. The first day. What day was Tuesday? No, Wednesday. No, Monday. Monday. First time I went outside, but I just went to the store not too long ago and came back in. So yeah, it's a little crazy out there.
Well, it looks like you're about to go golfing. like I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna be able to find that ball unless you have those orange or different colored ones, because that thing's gonna be lost.
Oh, let's put up for the winner here.
Well, what's going on with the school? Kevin joining us. I'm assuming he's out today.
Yeah, he's out. We've been at home mainly trying to communicate with the district and communicate with the coaches. I was like, dude, we probably just need to have an update page on our website so they just know we got to reach out to everybody every time. I mean, we just send out emails, and I think that's probably we'll continue to do that, but just to know the status of the district, like what they're planning or what they're thinking, because we got two levels we go through. One is the director of finance. He makes the call on, hey, when we have snow days or whatever. And then after that, there's a president like, hey, what about athletic activities? When do they decide? Like, usually try to wait till like 12 o'clock if we can have events that day or not. And then we check in with our principal in regard to, hey, this is what they're saying. Are you okay with it?
Yeah, and so, how do you communicate?
Yeah. So even last night, I'm getting a call like at 8:30. Hey, can we practice since we don't have school? Because they sent an email out. The district did 7:30, no school.
Yesterday they did. We didn't learn until we had a 2-hour delay yesterday for today, and then they canceled this morning. So you guys were canceled last night.
Yeah, we had initially it was a 2-hour delay, and then it came at 7:30. Was an email sent out saying, hey, due to transportation or public transportation, then hey, we're gonna cancel school. Is that
a Final Forms? Are they communicating through Final Forms? Like, how do they, when they do that, reach out to all the parents and send them a text? Like, we get a text and a call. I'm sure you guys are maybe on a different system potentially. I'm just wondering, is that a Final Forms thing, or is that something you have any control over? That's the district, right?
That's the district. Yeah, it's not a Final Form. I think I forget it's a name. It's a name they call it, like an all call or something. I have no idea. Yeah,
if we got with district, because one of the things I do with the business is to get their identity cleaned up. One of the first things we want to do is look at their LOB apps and services, their line of business applications that they have for the business, and whatever services they have. And I guarantee you, if we took the district's LOB apps and services list, the amount of overlap and duplicate accounts of it, like, I guarantee you it's a hot mess and there's money being thrown everywhere. Because you guys are responsible for your own budget for your big teams and things of that nature. You have to request that from district, right?
If we don't necessarily have to request it, you have to get approved. So we'll do like if we have a contract, we have to share that with district.
Okay.
But the money's just come out is what we want to spend on whatever.
Yeah. So it's up to you guys, and knowing that's helpful. So right now you're saying you're thinking one of the things that would be helpful is to do some updates. Like, we need a news section on your team site. That way you guys can post something there. And anytime you post something there, like the way we do it here, let me share my screen. I'm going to use this old site here to show you how we do it with clients. So I was doing it right here. I was showing somebody else this earlier too, using the same thing so we have a calendar. This is what a team site looks like versus the Google site that we have for you, right? So here we have a calendar for the company so we can see all the dates that are supposed to be relevant for the business. I don't know how Valentine's Day for a construction company, how these guys feel about that, but that's a very important date for this company, apparently. And President's Day. They're obviously not putting important business stuff in their calendar like they're supposed to. They're still learning. but their news section, we haven't done anything news from this site for a while, but imagine it was the athletic department and this was their news section. And if we needed to add a new news section, we just hit add here. And every time we do a news post, it keeps a history of it so we can look at all the past communications that we've done with our people. It tells a story and gives us information that's useful. And we can also tee things up for the future. Like this doesn't show us what's coming up that's going to get communicated, that's scheduled, but we can schedule things that'll get posted into here as well. And what it looks like is just a web page that explains whatever the thing is. Like, this winter storm, this is where we're at. Or here's how things are changing with the schedule this week. And you can share it as an email and it comes out looking like a professional newsletter email. This is what the email would look like. So we can just send that to all coaches or all parents or whatever it may be. Again, we're just centralizing all of that information to and put it out there and knowing and being confident because it's not going to happen the very first time you post there and send out the email to everybody. Like if it's the first time, has everybody been aware of that? But once it becomes habitual where you've been doing it and you got consistent at it, now that's known that, hey, anytime something happens, this is how we'll communicate it. Everybody knows they're going to get email. So when you have to communicate to your workforce, all you got to do is go, oh, here's a post. Do I have to have somebody else approve it? Because this is talking about something that, I need to get approval from another department lead or something. No, okay, I can send this on my own because it's all me. Send it out to the coaches. Great. Like, I don't like things being on one person, but sometimes with a lot of small companies and practices I work with, people make decisions on their own and send out a company blast. But the issue with that is a lot of times they'll get an email saying, "Hey, why didn't you say this about that?" Or so it's always good before you do a company or a team-wide communication that you get feedback from your leadership before you do it. But ad hoc, you have to get. It's a art that you get good at as you do it. You're not going to be perfect at it at first. You grow into it. So that sounds like a hell of an objective. Is there any communication issues that's went on right now? Like, are we getting extra calls for practices? Like, is it very, is it distracting the amount of noise caused because of the snow stuff? You feel like it could be easily managed if we just had a system in place?
Yeah. And the thing too is I think we're just scattered in regards to how we organize the department. Because we do a weekly email. But if they had a place they go to where they can actually see the update, or even if the weekly email is attached to the website, that would be great. But it is just like it's not clear communication, and it's repetitive. Like you got to do it. You have to do it several times when it can easily be done in one section or one step.
Well, that takes you working with your admin team to say, hey, we have to start communicating things through this pipeline. Create that pipeline, test it out, make sure it works and that everybody gets communicated to effectively. So that way you can say, hey, everybody, here's your first communication this way. I'm going to look and see here. I'm going to your AI that I built for you here. I can find you guys. There you are. All right, so Lee is stating that this might be having a way to communicate more effectively, whether it be with coaches or parents or both, or athletes, parents and coaches, or just staff, either group, whatever the audience may be. We want a central place to put that announcement and an easy way to push a button and that audience get that communication and that we can rely on it, that it's consistent. With the Master Tech Plan, I use SharePoint and the news section of SharePoint sites to be able to post a news section to the team that's part of that site and can easily hit a send button and it looks like a professional newsletter. Does Google Sites have something similar to SharePoint News? Short answer, no. Google does not have anything equivalent to SharePoint News. Long answer below, clean and exact, mapped to what Lee is asking for and what Master Tech Plan actually requires. People, here's some workarounds that fail. Awesome. Thank you for that.
Why they fail?
Use Google Chat Spaces. Chat is not equal to announcements. No. Oh yeah, that's true. Embedded docs and sites. So we don't. It's too long to type. I'm not doing all that typing. We do not have control over our tech stack, and I suppose I could provide through Navicore a SharePoint site for them to do this on instead of Google Sites, which I've thought about hosting sites for clients in the past. How do you think district would take it if we created a resource and was using it for the athletic department? Because Lee tells me that he can get resources put in place. It's on him. He only needs to get approval from district if there's a contract. That is correct, right? With which that was in line with what you said, right? How the district is likely to take this? Very well. If positioned correctly, poorly, if framed as another platform or external IT workaround, the key is how this is introduced. He can get resources put in place. Strict approval only matters if there's a contract. Okay.
So what are all the functionalities of your SharePoint?
Swiss Army knife with every tool you can think of off of it. Like, it's hard to, especially when you have Power Automate in the background of it, where you can say, okay, every time we complete an SOP&P, once we hit that column to say approved, take the stuff from that, create a PDF and format it this way, and then store it in the completed folder. So that way, when you're building an SOP&P, you just hit complete and it kicks it into a folder for you, and you can move on to the next thing. And the automation's there, and then you can hit a button and say, hey, notify the team when something gets sent into this. Like, boom, the emails go out to people, announcements and stuff. It really is like that's why I keep telling people, like, Google Workspace is great, but it does not come anywhere close to Microsoft. And I guarantee you guys have Microsoft. You guys have your schools. Microsoft gives shit for free. Are they using it? Do they have it fully, funded? I don't know. But I guarantee you guys have Google Tenant or Microsoft Tenant. So, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, I know it's not a waste of time, these sessions we're doing. But I'm not getting the growth and the speed. I was thinking about this earlier. Like, how can we get, I'm working with Google Sites more. I'm trying to get more familiar. I was even taking this opportunity. I was like, can we do news through here? Can we build that real quick and give him that tool? Obviously not. So I guess where I'm going with this is I want to make sure what we're doing is valuable and we can share it with the team. If we do build you a SharePoint environment with Navicore, when you guys go to it, I can try that and see what that looks like. How well is this being received so far? Like, how much is this being used on a weekly basis?
It's not very, other than me, it's not used by the department.
Okay. Yeah. And it's so easy to take this data and put it into something else. But let's see what that would look like if I went to SharePoint. We're going to build a new site. This be just a standard site. NWLSD, is that right?
Yes.
How do you like it to be? Is it just you like it just to be Northwest Nights? Is that right? Like how do you like it to be labeled?
Yeah,
Because
just northwest. Yeah.
Northwest Knights or Northwest Athletics? Which one do you prefer?
Northwest Athletic.
All right. All right. Was there a space or something there? Okay. Oh, I did not finish adding him earlier. Damn it. I hope I still have that open. I do. Good deal. I added you the other day and I didn't. I got sidetracked while I was adding him. I almost did again. All right. So he's a member. It's Kevin Wilhelm. We'll make him on here as well. See, the thing is that we'll have to add. We'll have to add everybody that would be. We'd have to have a database of all the emails that we'd want to send emails out to, if that makes sense. Because,
Okay.
like, we'd have to create those groups. So, if I was to you right now and said, "Hey, I need every single coach's email in the next 10 minutes," how stressful would that be for you?
Not hard at all.
I need
I'm looking
every
at it right now.
yeah, I need all the student athletes for football. I need just that list right now in the next 10 minutes. How hard would that be?
Student athletes. I don't know. That'd probably be tough because we got a new system. Usually, I have a class for them, like on progress book, and it's the roster.
What about Final
Um,
Forms? The people that filled out for sports on Final Forms.
yeah, I can grab that. I can grab that roster for Final Form. Yeah, it'd probably take 2 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
so
right.
so essentially what I'm saying is we know our systems and where to go get that information. We want to know what the true north is for that and try to keep that clean. Um, and yeah, it's data so hard because you don't want to have it in 15 different places, but you can't just have it in one either. It's so things get so messy so quick. All right, back to what I'm working on here. So we're going to add a group for Kevin's going to get set up with Northwest Knights. Boom. Yeah, that's all he needs access to. Now I need to add you to it. So he's been added. I'll add him after because he's not going to show up just yet. Take a few minutes. Wasn't expecting this turn today, but I really wasn't prepared for today's session, and this is just me being reactive. This is what a SharePoint site looks like at birth. It has a standard site anyway. Damn this. Congestion. Or yellow and blue, right? Gold and blue.
Yeah. Yeah, blue. Yeah.
So we're going to have to create a look for you guys here real quick. New theme, add a color. Do you have, like, I'm not going to get too specific. We can make it better later. We'll go with yellow. It's fucking really yellow. And we'll go with a nice. Yeah, we can do brighter than that. Come on. I'm doing nice blue. Is that close at least?
Yeah, it's getting there.
That yellow's way harsh. I need to, let's change that. That's bit. That's turning green. Let's see how that feels. Anyway, next. Name your theme. Northwest Nights. All right. Come on now. Work with me. All right. Change the look. Theme. Northwest Nights. Thank you. And then I'll get your logo put on there. And then, yeah, we'll get that added later. And then we're going to do these mega menus. That makes it easier to navigate. Oh, all right. Now, we have a news section. So if we look at your current site, here's some quick links that we have. That's similar to what this is right here, some quick links. So we can add the links over here. Make this a news section. So as we add news sections, and it creates a page when you do that, and you can share that page wherever you want. Now these pages are behind anybody that's going to access this stuff needs to be able to be a user or a member in here. If you're going to, is this just for communicating? So you said you want a central place. That's just for communicating with coaches, right? So they know what to tell their students and their students' parents.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
you're not communicating directly with them. Your coaches are looking at you going, hey, what am I supposed to tell my kids?
Right.
So we would want to be able to add all the coaches in here. We don't need all the students and all that stuff. This is just an internal communication thing. If we're going to do students and stuff, that would be a bit much. We'd have to make it a public site, not a private site. And that gets overwhelming. And I'd rather us use big teams if possible for that, because that's,
Okay.
I think we've decided that that's going to be our external communication system.
Yeah, push it like that.
Now, obviously, you can't tell everybody internally at the school this. And I feel like this is going down a rabbit hole, and I don't want to put too much time into this, but this is an option. I guess I'll throw that out there. I don't want to put any more time into this today. I just wanted to show you that this would be easy for us to mimic what we were doing in Google here and give you guys access to do some of this stuff. So if we want to go the Microsoft option, we can. You're the decision maker. I just want to throw it up there, but let's not try to make, that's a pretty big decision. We'll lay more into that when we talk to Kevin next and have more thought in the room.
And I'll check and see how much access we have to Microsoft and my level.
Yeah.
Utilize some of this.
Yeah. Bottom line, like, because as I'm sitting here thinking, we could set up an easy way to set up an email group for coaches that you just email this one group and everybody gets that email. We can create a process that says, hey, everybody, if you get an email from, with this subject line, this is an official need to act type of situation. Like, we can set up naming schemes and things. We can use the tech stack you have to create processes to make it simpler. So, how do you guys right now? What sports are active right now?
Wrestling, basketball, bowling.
So those are the only three potential matters objectives that we would have. I guess matters that we could have going on right now would be with those three, because there's the only three that's in production and happening right now. Are we in pre-production for any other sports? Are we preparing or like, and that's a good thing to have. Like, each sport we should have an understanding of what do we do before the season and when do we kick those things in? How do we manage objectives and matters during the season? And then post season, what can we do to make the next season easier to set up? So when we just break things down and not only just talk about it, but we start, okay, let's put a document together that says this is how we do things that we can refer to next year. And we practice it this year and we did okay. Next year, we're going to not reinvent the wheel. We're going to pull up our document. And with what we learned over the last year, we're going to do this method, but try to improve upon it when we do it this time. That's called operational excellence, and being cognizant and self-aware of the work you're doing and compounding on it improvements. So how do we get to a state of operational excellence where as we're working, we're doing better? You can't do that unless you're tracking what you're doing. That's why the admin pipeline is so important. So that was enough of all over the place. I usually try to stick to the script first and then use extra time to goof off, but this went backwards a little bit. I'm not really all there today with the snowstorm and everybody being like, everything just feels off this week. Appreciate your patience.
Yes. No, you're fine. I'm just I want to make sure I utilize your time as efficiently as possible. I know we had it on the calendar.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to the actual site to do actual work. Like, we're going to turn this into an actual working session. So let's go look at our ops page. Pop out our admin pipeline here. Ooh, uncover deeper data insights. Ask Gemini to analyze spreadsheets data, calculate metrics, and generate charts to reveal hidden patterns and trends. Ooh, I forgot. I'm able to access this with as I'm getting better at Google, I started buying Google AI and stuff. So now when we're in a session, I can use AI to help us build in here, which is, that's an added benefit. So we're already seeing, we have a few things completed. We have a lot in our roadmap. There's a few things open and a couple of things we put on hold, or nothing's on hold. Looks like cool. Workload is heavy, roadmap focused, but completion rate is decent. The current pipeline has a strong focus on like, this would be a great summary to send to the district. Say, hey, this is some of the work we're doing, just so you guys are aware. Let us know if you guys are interested or want to know more. We can set up a meeting. Just curious if anybody would be interested. But yeah, it's kind of cool. I kind of want to read this real quick and see what kind of takeaways we can get from it. This is really cool. Yeah. No, we're the only two really working out of here. We get we get all coaches. I got to improve the facility or the field or whatever it is. Any kind of roadmap for the athletics. Like, imagine if it wasn't just us working on the things that we're working on here, but you had your whole workforce working in here and getting these kind of insights and being able to send reports and keep everybody aligned and moving towards the same goal. All right. We are in a working session. What should we work on? The purpose of this is to have a clear roadmap so when we get maker time, we know how to apply it. Period. Based off of what's in the admin pipeline right now, comma, what should Lee and I focus on first? Period. Oh. Question mark. I'm trying to get I'm trying to build a system where when AI sees it, it can go, oh, well, here's what you got going on. Here's what you guys should do, and this is the next steps. Well, when it gets to a point where it's actually supporting and helping people, that's when I can be like, hey, we need to invest into AI helping our admin pipeline. Assuming you are Joseph, based on the data showing, and Lee is the two primary objective leads, here's a clear roadmap of what you both should focus on first during your maker time. The most effective use of your time is to first clear the current open items. Well, no shit. Immediate maker time focus, open item. Well,
I did see it. It says athletic calendar. I've been working on the calendar. I need to go backwards because I've been doing it through the big teams. I need to update it through to our Google Calendar. I did also drop the our athletic staff contact information, or I guess we would call it organizational chart. I dropped it in one of your files there.
you dropped it inside this? Like you were able to put it? No, you meant in one of the in the playbook.
Yeah, there you go. I put it in. I think I put it in the department manager. Yeah, I put it in that one. It's at the very bottom. Yeah, I could be fluid. I don't know how to get to that one. I'm trying to get rid of that one page.
It's
it could be fluid because
multiple. You got 4 extra pages here.
Shoot, I don't know how I did that. Yeah, I see it now. Let's see if I can change the spacing on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing that, but it's not a big deal. The big deal is that we have this right here. And if I take this copy and I say, let's do a file. Well, wait a minute. Wait. If we go to our workforce management app, because we have this document. So is this is just the coaches currently, right?
Yeah, it's just the head coach.
You have it in here too. Look at that.
Okay. Dang, you got another one. That's old. That needs to be updated.
All right. So add a sheet and use the following information to create the columns needed and to fill it out with the data. Oh, I guess it would be helpful if I gave you the damn data. Did it just overwrite my shit?
Just got the contact information. That's the same. Yeah. I don't think it's just organized. I don't think it overrode anything.
I was telling
But
it
it's the
to,
same.
I told it to create.
The last one actually put the assistants under the headline of each sport, each coach.
So it has the role first. Okay, so there's 20 sports here with the head person. Is this the information off of this?
Yeah, that's off that. The assistant, the staff for each sport.
And what's this?
That's just the head coaches and their contact, their email address and their cell phone.
And that's different than this?
No, it's the same thing. It's just you just added the assistant coaches. It's the same thing.
Okay, so this is the same thing, but there's a few more people on here. There's a few more people on here because it's got all of everybody like this does.
Yeah, it's got the stats on there.
Yeah, yep. So, do we need this one still? Is this important?
No.
Do like that? Does this data live in here and is it updated?
Yeah, it's updated on this one.
Okay, and this is what we just put in here. And you're saying this isn't needed either. So really, all we need is just this one list.
That one right there. Yep.
All right. Cool. So, and this would become so. Basically, we can create an org chart based off of our workforce management app. So part of so the way to frame this in your head, and this is something it's hard to do because I'm working with so many different gatekeepers and try to do what I've done. But this has been the biggest help for me, and it's something that you need to understand that we're doing here is called administration. And it's probably because I'm in my 40s, I'm watching the news a lot, and I'm kind of disgusted with what's going on right now. But bottom line is that administration is what drives decision making. And administration needs to make sure that everybody understands how we make decisions, who's in charge of what governance is, and how we approach governance. And the thing that I feel like everybody's missing isn't just having the expertise on IT and being able to do things. It's having somebody that can also understand how we work, that can make decisions, that has the authority to use technology properly. Because everybody has great ideas and everybody can do stuff, but who's making the decisions and how do we make decisions and is it fair? So when you have an administration that comes in and says, we're going to provide you a clear, established database of who you are and how you operate. And we understand that sometimes you have to break rules and go outside of the lines, which is when you're a small business or you're a small team, not everything goes according to plan. Sometimes you have to break rules and break outside the lines. That's fine. You can break rules with administration, but there's consequences to those things. Now, I'm not saying consequences are always bad. You know, if breaking this rule gets us something that we need to get done and doesn't hurt anything else, does breaking that rule hurt us? No. Now, if we're aware of how it's hurting us, but we can accept that and live with it, that's where decision making comes in. And who's responsible for making decisions and who has the right to break a rule. And I would say anybody and everybody, as long as they understand the game they're playing to the best of their ability. When we do business, it's like making a game up in the backyard. We're playing touch football or something. We're just going to create the rules. We're back, out of bounds and this and that. Where's the end zone? So as we're creating rules with how the organization works, somebody has to be responsible for making those rules, and that's the administration. So what I bring to the table now isn't just the tech piece and making sure you can use your tech stack and put it like, we need administration to say, here's the departments, here's who's in charge of what. And to provide that clear, here's our org chart. Here's our policies on how we do things. This is the official way. You guys are a lot like 99% of everybody else that's small operations. You guys are doing the best you can and being reactive and basically winging it. And it works.
Yeah.
But you can only go so far when you do that. And you'll start to see the muddy water and how things start to get hazy and frustration and overlap and misalignment. So to keep it clear, yeah, the workforce management app, getting rid of these other ones to help keep it clear. And I know you have this data somewhere else, so I don't feel bad for butchering this thing up a little bit.
No, and
So
I've got that. I messed up. I got one more person who's supposed to be on the chart that we don't have on the chart.
that's when we have our true north and we look at it, we go, oh, something's off. We can fix it.
Yeah.
So workforce manager. Trying to keep everything consistent here. So we have our workforce manager here. Workforce manager, workforce folders. So we should have a folder for each person listed here, if that makes sense. Now, this is if I don't know how you manage your, when you hire a coach, there's a proposal, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
There's an acceptance letter or whatever your processes and procedures are for onboarding somebody and bringing them on and setting them up. Where do you manage all that now? Where's all that data?
I usually keep a digital copy, but I keep a digital copy for my department, but I send it to the district office. So it'll be like the application, the reference checks.
So do you file that anywhere where you have access to it?
Yes, I do.
Where is that?
Okay, it's in a digital folder. Let me see if I can pull it up under hiring documents. Let me see if that's not everybody. Let me go back. No, let me go back.
Right here it is.
Yeah, but I don't think that's.
This has the templates. It looks like it doesn't have the actual.
Yeah, it doesn't have the information.
Correct. Which this is good to have here. So this is part of the workforce manager app that we have. That's how I would frame it, because now the hiring process. I'm going to copy this to. Oh. I don't want to move. They don't want you duplicating documents. That's where everything's going nowadays. Can I copy the files that are in here, maybe? Nope. Okay, great.
Oh, I know why that is, because that's a district created that document. I didn't create the document.
Wait, what document are you talking about? Are you talking about this request access thing?
Yeah, all that stuff is. Let me see that. I think that's created by somebody else, which is why it limits our access to what we can do with the document.
That's fair. Yeah, and we knew that's part of the environment we're in.
Yeah.
Where I'm going with this though is in our playbook. If we go back to our playbook in our workforce management applications here. So this is the department. Why do I have a department manager here and a department manager here? That makes no sense. And is there anything in here? Yeah, we got the folders and all this files. Fuck. All right. That's just making this messy. I should have spent some time. I'm probably going to rearrange your playbook a little bit. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is create and Google, like I said, what I do, like sites like these, and being able to drive things like I don't know if I showed you this. This is something I'm actually excited about that I started back in late November. I started every single session I have with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I've been putting them in here, and these are one-on-one working sessions where we're actually like this right here, where we're grinding and building. I've been tracking who attends. I'm tracking what the focus was. Like before I had the session, this is what I was hoping to work on, and what that tells me is after the meeting, I can say, "Did I hit my focus?" And AI is like, "You didn't even bring it up. You're an idiot." Or you did great. You nailed it. You got it taken care of, and you took care of 3 extra things. Like it's actually giving me great feedback. Like so, each one of these columns, every data has important meanings. And when I go to your guys's,
Mm-hmm.
and I go, well, actually, it's not too bad.
Okay.
It looks like I need to add. So this is today's session right here, right? Today's the 20th. Yeah. Why does it say 9 a.m.? Oh, I chose the wrong. Well, that's going to be a problem. I'm on the wrong. That was today's, but that was a different tech plan. We're on. I clicked on the wrong client. Here we go. Yeah, don't have yours in here today yet. Awesome.
Okay.
So today's theme was reactive because I had no fucking clue what I was doing. Was not prepared for this today. That's on me. Let's go to one. I actually am going to use this once I get this put in here. I want to export this and use this to show you what I'm doing here. Today's focus did not prepare and took time to um yeah, so these sessions I record these sessions, right? And it gets me the transcript and it gives me everything. So it knows what type of session we're having. I'm gonna come in here, Lee and Joseph. Um sure, why not? Let's get the objectives in here too. Did I close it? Nope, here it is. This should be showing everything, I believe. Clear that. Oh, select all. Okay. Yeah, there's everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of. Oops. Take that, paste that in here as well so we can see your objectives. Well, that's what you get for being a jerk. Make me go into a different application. Save that. So now I have a time spot where we left off and everything, and I can take this, export this, which has your admin pipeline and your sessions in there, a recent copy, and it also sees an old version of your admin pipeline. I'm going to save this to your profile. So let me go to account management, Northwest Athletic School District. This was a session. now I can go to AI. So we're in yours. Let's go ahead and... Where's my download folder? Now, we had a good session last week, did we not? Did we had one on the 21st? Let me, because I don't think I saw any
in the office. Because we were talking about planning for,
Absolutely, I got all the notes here. I didn't add this in here.
Planning for next year, like some things that we want to add.
There's the AI notes, then transcripts.
Thanks a lot, man. You have a good one.
Take it easy. I guess that's everything. All right. And enter. So, let me resave this again. Let's overwrite it, replace it. Good deal. All right, let's see what $200 a month gets us. I reviewed the session summary carefully. I'm going to give you a direct, structural feedback, not vibes and no fluff. You're both right. The sessions are reactive and understructured, but the reason why matters more than the symptom. What the data is telling us, patterns, not opinions. Across the sessions, a few consistent signals show up. There is no stable session contract. No shit. Sessions oscillate between discovery, brainstorming, venting, tactical problem solving, philosophical alignment, often within the same meeting. That's not because you're goofing off, it's because there is no declared purpose per session. Yeah, there is. We're just not sticking to it. So we do have a mode that we go through and we should be sticking to. I don't know if I've talked to you about that.
Yeah.
It's the most framework where we go matters, objectives, SOP&P, and team sites. As long as we go through those, like what matters are on our plate right now. And you don't have any matters that we need to address, is there? Or do you have anything that's like, shit, I gotta get this done. This is causing problems right now.
No, not right now.
No major matters, right? Plenty of objectives to do. We have our pipeline full of them that we can get stuff done there. That's really where our focus should be, is on the admin pipeline, and completing SOP&P. The problem is that, you know, to really get growth and to do this as a pro bono, doing this on the side, you know, we have to keep that in mind. Like this isn't a paying gig where, like, I'm not saying I'm taking it for waste. I'm trying to grow and build and educate the most I can in these sessions.
Yeah, I
But
understand.
we are limited based off of, you know,
Yeah.
how much we can really change and, you know, how much time am I, like most clients that are paying me to do this, like I feel a sense of like I gotta work on it between sessions and get shit done.
No,
I'm
I
not doing
understand
anything
that.
between really at all.
Yeah,
And
and that's understandable.
yeah, and I think we're on the same page. So I think, you know, it's a fair, the way this is breaking down is fair. I'm not taking it personal or anything like that. It's just, it's interesting to see how an outsider coming in would see this. And yeah, it is sloppy. End every session with a hard close. Yep, 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 yep. Reframing what's happening. Well, I also haven't trained this one on the most framework and what we're supposed to stick to, but we haven't even really looked at the granular, like looked at the actual admin pipeline either to see like where we left off. Yeah, that's on me. Let's look at the things that are just marked open. It's not that bad. And I only have 3 things in here. Finish a completed build for SOP and P. Ah, I know what that's for us. Like, we need the departments. That way we can start adding which departments go here. Yeah, I can't conditional notifications. Oh, wow. All the way up to 10 recipients. I was going to say this might be a way for us to put a message together to be able to shoot it out and track our messages and stuff like. But you can only do 10 at a time. Anyway, yeah, I guess for me, you know, do some soul searching this week and next session. You know, let's try to find an initiative to really like sink our teeth into. You know, building systems and improving areas like that's really on you to help us identify what those efforts will be.
Yeah.
The calendar directory that we have put in place is that where is it? So if we go to this eligibility, it'll be under resources, maybe. Yeah, calendars. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, I guess we have some of the calendars in here. What's all this red?
As the games are hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna be backwards. Those are games that are complete. I don't know why the other stuff's not red. Usually we read out once the game is complete.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is all from last year. This is all past
Yeah,
stuff.
from fall sports.
When do you Yeah, is this like an active document, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah, it's active. Yeah, it's an active document.
Okay, so that's the master game schedule.
Yes.
Gymnasium calendar? Yeah. I guess we have. Yeah, I probably should. I don't know if we should have created a page called calendars and just make it about calendars or, you know, however that would
Right.
look. But, yeah, at least this right here, is this a full list of our calendars for our department? Is this everything?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to get a link. We have one to the stadium. That works. We have one gymnasium tested that works. This is not an actual calendar. It's a spreadsheet, but it's there and this
Right,
works. Schedules. What's that?
Ah, shit. That's just it's the same thing as the master calendar, to be honest with you.
So we can get rid of that?
Yeah. Because that's what we would use the master calendar reference. We probably need to put a link to the weight room calendar too. Oh my God, let's do that.
Yeah, if you have a. Do I have access to whatever calendar it is?
Let me see.
I don't know. I mean, if you can get it, if you can go edit it, what I would do if I was you is highlight weight room, and then up here there's a insert link button, so you can make it to where you click on weight room and that takes you to the weight room calendar. And if you do that, I would take the time. I wouldn't take this link out of the little blurb here, but I'd also make stadium clickable to where that would go to the stadium calendar. Make gymnasium clickable. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So don't change any of these, but maybe even on the master game. Hell, I can do this one because wherever this one points to, I can copy this, copy link. There, now master games calendar is done. I can do gym. You do the weight room. I'll do these other ones. Beautiful. Let's publish that bad boy. All right. Now we have the weight room. Beautiful. Refresh. Okay. Yeah, you can do the same for auditorium and cafeteria if you want to. That way, this is a good under resources. You have the calendars, you have the apps. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, and again, I have one gatekeeper telling me, like, nobody ever goes to this. Nobody ever is going to read any of this stuff. Nobody cares about this stuff. And like, I kid you not, even in the middle of him going on that, somebody came up and asked him a question, and he's like, well, actually, it's easier if you just go to the team site and go to this and get that. And I'm like, I'm done talking to you guy. Like, just have a good day. So I mean, it is a lot of work, and people aren't going to go here every day, but and it has to be up. It has to be kept up. The quality of this
Yeah,
resource that we're putting together is only as good as your attention and keeping present with it. It's a
right.
tool. It's not there to replace anything. And keep your tools sharp. Keep them. Take the time to maintenance them. You've heard the story about the two people cutting wood with their axes. One guy always goes home for an hour to get lunch, and ends up chopping more wood than the guy that skips lunch and chops all day. The guy that's going home for lunch isn't just eating lunch; he's also sharpening his axe. So
Okay.
when he comes back, he's able to go back to chopping, and he's sharper and can start like cutting faster. So when you take time to sharpen your tools and to maintenance your tools in the middle of your workday, you can still get just as much work done because you're taking the time to work with sharper tools, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. I feel like I went way over here, but no. Yeah, I'm sorry for being unprepared today. I try to. I'm
Oh, you're
trying to get
fine,
better
man.
at it, and today I obviously wasn't nowhere near where I should be. Um, One of my personal goals is to be able to send out a message before the session saying, "Hey, so here's what we're going to do," and then post session send a summary saying, "Hey, we actually covered what we were supposed to do, and then some." Not you didn't even talk about the thing, you idiot.
Make sure I'm prepared for the session. Uh, so, I mean, need to do a better job going through our pipeline and seeing exactly what tasks we got open to make sure we're working towards completing. I did start on the calendar because we got to start for the spring calendar now, so still updating the information. I even went into big team to try to see how we could utilize the kids access. So I got a guy that is working. He's an A person. I'm going to try to use him as a guinea pig as far as him putting his information in and being able to access big teams from his site. Because I think with the NIL deal, I think it's another way for us to give them publicity to where we can actually point to those kids to where they can get more looks, and that's from people that are looking into our athletic department.
Absolutely. The more you can, get them in front of eyes, the better it is. So,
Yeah,
the more visibility into them, the better. And doing it cleanly
I
through
think that's
this.
a selling point too, for make sure they get in there and the parents get in there too. I think that's a good selling point for those people that are interested.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we need to write out the rules of these things. So you're saying that you got to get ready for spring sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I go look at our roadmap, let's select all four. Let's not look at completed. I don't want those in there. Yeah, we can leave on hold. Let's just look at roadmap. Now, I can't break this down by when I say sport or department, I kind of mean sport, like breaking it down by
Yeah.
sport. Is it admin stuff or is it school or is it like football stuff? Is it like what is this objective for as far as departments? That way when we look at our roadmap, I can just see what all we have to do for football. I can just see what all we have to do for baseball. I can just see like you get to break it down. So that's where I am at in this development. I probably should have took the time to get that done today, if anything, but we'll definitely get that done next time. And but looking at our roadmap here, based off of these objectives, get Google admin session. Um, so that was this is on hold. This is us reaching out and getting somebody from district in on a conversation. Add all sports to big teams. That's something on our roadmap. Brand guidelines, getting our colors and our fonts and our logos and icons and everything that we want to use. Where is all that at now? Well, while we brought that up.
Which one?
Brand guide, like, do you guys have like a brand book for Northwest Nights?
Not a book. I do have it saved it's just in a file.
Okay. I do want to SOP&P on this
Last
though.
time I messed with that, it came in conflict with district, but Yes, and we usually keep it. We register or we submit the information to our district so that it can be consistent. But yes,
Yeah, and rightfully so. Brand guidelines, there's a reason why we want those at our level, because when we're sending out communications and doing things and
yeah,
representing
yeah,
the school, we want to be within the guidelines. And we need to understand those guidelines. So district shouldn't be like, oh, well, you can't have this. They should be like, hey, you can have this, but please do it this way. Here you go.
right.
They should be encouraging and leaning into it, not pumping brakes. So expense management application, we talked about you guys managing your expenses internally, maybe. I don't really remember. In order to track expenses for the athletic department, we suggest using an expense management application. One can be built on Google Workspace without purchasing extra software. So, whenever you guys have an expense, how do you guys deal with expenses now? So, let's say I go out and buy something. I'm a coach. I use my credit card and I'm bringing it back to you. Here's the receipt. I need reimbursed. How does that work?
It don't work like that. You gotta get you gotta get a requisition. So you gotta submit a requisition with a quote in regards to what you're trying to purchase. Once the requisition get processed,
Who gets the requisition request?
you submit it to the athletic department, and we submit it to the district.
So, if I submit it to the athletic department, how do I do that?
Well, honestly, you just fill out a requisition form, what you're going to use it for, and a quote.
And where's that format so I can go fill one out?
It's we actually have them in office, so that's something we're going to need to make digital.
Oh, it'd be so easy to throw a form on our team site.
Stop.
What?
We have a digital copy. If you go to the website, go to resources and go to Athletic Hub at the bottom.
Where the hell did I go?
Let me see if I got this. Hold on. I don't think I have it.
No, it's not. It's not. So all I'm going here is if we have on this site, put your requisition in. Yeah, just a little form they can fill out right there, and then you get all your notifications of everything they do. You can see which ones have been approved, and that's your expense management app right there. Boom, done. And it makes it easy for you to say, oh, this one, yeah, we'll approve this. We got to send it to district, right?
Right.
So we can make that workflow smooth for you guys, and whatever district does with it, that's on them. But we can control what we can control. Now, is the form something that you receive in an email when they fill that out, or how do you get that?
No, it's actually a physical form that we use.
A piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get rid of this process. This is a good one. So obviously, as we're looking at our roadmap, that's a great one to work out. Form for coaches to do evals. Are these evals on their assistant coaches and things of that nature? Or okay, cool. So, and same thing there. We create forms that can go through that everybody can fill out. That gives you all that information back to you. Then you can, that's a great system to build and make repeatable. So that way we get better at it as we go. Master inventory list. Like having one master database for every helmet, every baseball glove, every basketball net in stock. Like how do we want to manage all the inventory? Do we want one master system, or do we need one master system per sport? If it's boys and girls basketball, do we need inventory for each, or can we do it all underneath one? Can we do everything underneath one system? So that way, if I need to go look at our budgeting and how much stuff we have and how much value we have and all of our shit, I can just do a full report of everything in the database. Like, those are discussions to have, but that's a great initiative to have for how do we handle our inventory. Rental policy and procedure. I feel like we worked on that a little bit. We kind of built out the concept and idea, but I don't know where we left it.
I think we're going to be limited. I don't think district wants us to deal with that.
No, they're probably going to just they like that. They like to control the money.
Yeah.
Resources page for team site, which we've already. It's in progress. Spring handbook efforts. We start working on the new handbook come spring and want to make sure we have it ready to go and execute to have all the coaches signed and turned in by Q4. So, when do you think that effort would start?
I think it's probably started this month because we're going to have our meeting next month.
So, if I come in here and I say we are going to start this effort in Q1 of 26, right? So start date, when I say start date, we're looking for what quarter do we plan on starting this in? Like for the Google admin session, when do you feel like it would be best for like what should we be aiming for in our roadmap? Because this obviously it's not on our plate now. But at some point, we're going to want to reach out to district to get them to say, "Hey, look at what we've built. Look at what we're doing. Can we get funding in this so we can get more than 1 hour a week with Navicore, and to build this out and make it more integrated with district? Like, is that like a Q4 of next year or Q4 of this year? Like when, if you can conceptualize it."
I mean, we can try for. We want to make sure everything all ducks in a row. So if we introduce it in the fourth quarter, it'd be something that they can look at as far as budgeting for next year. Or you could say, hey, we can do this. I would say Q4.
When do we want to start the effort to add everybody to blue or big teams? Like what? Not get it finished, but when do you think we should kick that off?
Q1.
Like we should do that this quarter?
Yeah. No. What quarter? What quarter are we? Well, I'm looking at it. Oh, let's stop.
Fiscal year, first of all. Yeah, let's figure like our
fiscal year versus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'm talking. Yeah. So my Q1 will be August. So I'm thinking, what's that? Is that Q3?
August is yes, Q3. July, September, August, right? July, August, September. No, July, August, September. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, that's the end of Q3. So that's when you were saying up here, this would be towards the end of Q3 is what you mean.
Yeah.
And what about Bluetooth sports? Like, or I keep saying Bluetooth because BT stands for Bluetooth, but it's big teams. When do we want to start making that, like, when would we kick that objective in to say, okay, let's focus on this and get this done? Like, what quarter would we want to?
Q2.
And that's of 26?
Yes.
Okay, so Q2, so your Q1 is August, is that what you're saying?
No, well, yes. Based off of academic calendar, yeah.
All right, let's not use quarters. Let's use months. So what month, to keep it simple, just month and year, what month would you see this happening? What month and year?
For admin team, I would say it would be April and May. April and May.
We'll say 0426.
Okay.
And for Q2, what do you mean by that? What
do
month?
July.
Brand guidelines. When should we kick that off? Like, I don't think we're doing any communications or massive builds now, but when we go to do that and to get this team site looking better, we will need these. And do you feel like, so Northwest District has logo and all that good stuff for the school. What power do you have as far as athletics for the football team to have theirs? Their who's in control of the branding and the logos and the icons and the phrases and all that stuff for football?
Yeah, that's usually the coach. And I mean, he'll check, as long as you check in with me and we'll have awareness and get it approved, that's fine.
Yeah, so the coach can't approve their own brand guidelines. They have to have you approve it. Like you give them reign, but you have the authority to say no. You're going to do this logo.
Or we can't go with that. Like for instance, they had an issue at the middle school where they had a logo on the back of their shirt, and it got into the parent found out and they got reprimanded. But yeah, it's got to be approved.
Okay. So you guys don't give direction, but you guys approve.
Correct.
All right. What can they change the colors?
No color change.
So they're not in full control.
No.
And the primary school logo, NWLSD. So we need to know, this is exactly why we're having this conversation. We're kind of working this objective now and getting in the weeds. We'll have to do this all again unless I document everything, which I don't have time to do. So we'll have to go over it again. But the gist of this is, what can we control and what do we give them control over? Make that crystal clear. And what we provide to them needs to be set up in a way that's easy for them to get and access, and they know what they can play and where they can innovate, and it'll give them a framework and easy for them to approve, right? And that's all about alignment. So I would say this is something I would want to kick off probably sooner than later. I'm going to go 03. I'm going to suggest 03 if that's okay with you.
That's fine. We can start with our spring sports. Make sure we hit it over the summer with everybody.
Yeah, and all we're going to do is, it's not so much we're going to go in there and revamp or rebuild it. We're just going to go in there and say, hey, we're getting control of this. So spring sports, when you're working with us, here's what we can't control, what we need you to abide by. When you guys have stuff, here's how we want you to request things moving forward for branding purposes. And we want consistency. We're trying to improve all aspects of the department or athletics. And this is no different than everything else. So expense management application. Bottom line is, I wanted to get the point across here. What month would the spring handbook effects take place? When would you start on this one? Last month?
February. Yeah. February would be the earliest I guess I can do it.
Yeah, 02/26. All right. So I'm done putting things in here for now. But here's the reason why, and you won't know start dates for everything. Like, if you really don't know when you want to kick it off, leave it open. But if you have an idea of when it should kick off, put it in there.
Okay.
And we never really do end dates, or due dates, I should say. We'll do an end date because the end date gives us an idea of when we expect it to be done. It's not a hard due date. A due date is, there is a deadline, and this has to be done. So you'll see an end date and a due date in your admin pipeline once we get it built out bigger and we're living in it with the full workforce. It's really dumbed down right now. There's a lot more to it. But yeah, when you go to do your roadmap and you go to make decisions, if you look at what's coming down the pipeline and you know ideally what things you're wanting to work on, it's easy to move things around that makes it work for today. Yeah. So this is really about giving you a tool to see like it's madness. Well, we have to carry it on. You're doing all this right now. You're doing all of this right now up here. Are you not?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's maddening, man.
Yeah.
This will help you make decisions, clear decisions, especially if this is just you and I's efforts doing this. You don't have your day to day in here, or this would be way crazier. Trust me. How do we handle it when it turns into 200 items in here and only 20 of them are open between 10 people? Like, if you don't understand the playbook and the game we're in, you're going to drown in this system.
Yeah. Hey, at the very least, affect your output.
Oh yeah. It, so the beautiful thing is that you're not a horrible athletic department. You guys are doing a good job. You guys are there's students showing up to school. People aren't, hopefully things aren't so bad where, we got half of the kids going, they're pregnant. Half the girls are pregnant and half the guys already have tattoos and in jail time. Like, as long as we are providing these kids, like what you guys are doing is amazing with the fragmentation and reactivity that you live in every day. Every business I work with, everybody I talk to, it blows my mind how things are still operating with as much reactivity and how things are not standardized like they used to be. So it's not that we're doing bad. It's just we could be doing so much better.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it, man. We went way over. We almost went a half hour over. I appreciate your extra time. Thanks for the feedback. Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Good,
Doing
good.
good. Yeah. How about you? Is everything going all right?
Hey, man, taking it day by day. That's all you
I
can
got
do.
you.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
But no. Next week we'll be better prepared. I'll try to get a message out to you before next week.
Okay.
And you reach out to Kevin and see if we can't get him in the next session. I'd like to get his feedback and get him. The more we get the three of us working in here and actually have things in the pipeline, bringing another fourth, bringing a fifth, let's try to get people in here. Awesome, man.
All right.
Have a great rest of your week.
Man. Thanks a lot. You too.
Take care. Ah, fucking burnt the fuck out. Burnt the fuck out. Thank you. Come again.
Yep.
Is it okay if I send this invite out, or would you rather send it
Oh,
out?
no, that's fine.
Um,
But what I was going to put in there is I was taking the blame for the late invitation because I don't even know if they're available.
yeah, and if you want to send an email out to them right now saying, hey, if you guys can meet tomorrow, Joe's going to send an invite. If you can't meet, let me know. We can reschedule. But I told him to send out the invite. If you want to do something like that, so
That's fine.
when they see it, they don't freak out. That'd be great.
All right.
Thanks. Hey, whoa.
But
So when I say this, that means it's going to be you and Jerry as far as department leads, with the Jake and Nick being onboarded as the way we're reframing things. And we can also use that as part of why, well, not so much as the late request today, but why it's taken us so much time to get us all in the same room. I'm trying to say is we can use us. We've been aligning and building out the departments and stuff, and making sure before we give it to them that to get their feedback on it, we wanted to make sure it was in a place for us before we got their feedback, so we get the SOP and P done right moving forward.
that's fine.
We
My
want them to.
question,
There's a huge delta between us giving them the draft of a template that wasn't really ready, and now we have a polished finish to the SOP and P. So we wanted to. We what I'm telling you is we learned that we weren't ready for SOP and P, and now we are. So that's part of why it took so long.
however you want to frame it, the part that I was going to say is that because we're inviting Nick and Jake in this, I know that you've already changed Jake's thing. I prefer that you make that change to Nick's rights as well, so we can introduce that and not like make it an announcement and then say, "Well, Jake, you're done. Nick, we're still working on you, so you're second class."
Wait. So I want to make sure I understand what you're talking about, because right now
You told
the
me you changed Jake already.
changed Jake as far as, well, he's already had access to the admin pipeline. That's all. This we're not doing that at all anymore. And Jake is not part of the admin team yet. He's going to be. They're both going to be, and they're not going to get emails or notified of it. They're going to learn that in the session tomorrow.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, whatever you've done for Jake, can you do
They are
that for
equals.
Nick
They're equals. Yes.
and have it done? Not say we're gonna do it.
I'm trying to think of what needs to be done.
I don't know. You just told me I already changed Jake's. I haven't done Nick's. That's what you said. I don't know what that means.
And I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing either. That's the problem. But either way, if it is misaligned, we're getting it aligned, and we'll do it now if it takes 2 minutes. So we're going to be fine.
All right.
Let's go through the flow. Navicore needs to be a user. That's what we're going to do. That's clean. That'll work. Gonna smoke a million, gonna get so high, I can't see the sky, fly, fly, do the beep, pop, a dip, doo. Woof, 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 woof. Pineapple, pineapple. These taste like shit. How dare they call them pineapple? They nothing like pineapple. Oh wow. Eh. It's like glue. Tastes like glue. Want to eat some glue? Maybe I'm being poisoned a bit. Well, just maybe, may, may. What is this? Look what you've done. Look at the mess you've made. That's you. That's you. Yeah. You're like, that's Winston. What? You dogs, you stink. Oh, that's my big boy. Oh, that's my big boy. Ay, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, I bet that's good shit. Speak. What? Speak. I'm not giving you a treat. Speak. Bang. 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 You're dead. You can't be dead with your tail wagging like that. Okay, go on, you big boy. No. Oh, it's my big loving boy. Oh, there's a wincy. Oh, there's a wincy. Oh. Oh. Oh, now you're gonna talk. Oh, now you're gonna talk. What? Bring me that toy. Give me that toy. Where the fuck are you going? I said, bring me the toy. You go outside. It was a question. Do you want to go outside? Yes or no? You really want to go outside? It's cold out there. Let me get my sweater on. Witchy, 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 woo.
Hello?
Quick question for you. Just want to take a second. Um, Under operations, we have warehouse and field, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Should warehouse come before field, or should field come first? Does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
Okay. And
In what context?
do you call it field or do we call it installations? What do we actually call the department?
Field services, warehouse services.
So just so you know, that's not how it's in the system right now, and I don't want that to hang things up. It's coming out as operations, warehouse, and installation, and I'll explain more later. But that's how it's going to be officially in the Wegman Company, like the formal way that we do things. You guys can continue doing what you want, but to adopt something, we have to start somewhere, and that's where we're starting. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay, cool. I didn't think you would care about those types of decisions. As long as you know what to do, you move forward. Let's just go. I feel like that's where you are with this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like, I don't know, small potatoes.
Well, I know it's small potatoes because you guys are busy doing your day to day, but when we get into quality and documentation and having everything right on the back end, those fine details do matter in the long run. But that's not your
Later, right?
that's what I've gotten. Scott, I hope we're on the right page tomorrow. I got what I needed from you for now, but and I know it's late notice and he's freaking out about it, but he's going to try to drag you guys in. I'm about to send the invite.
He already did.
Okay.
He already sent it. He sent it. He didn't send an invite. He sent
Yeah, I'm sending
an
it here in the
email.
next 2 minutes. I just want you guys, because this is how the apps are built. We can, those little things, I want to stay focused on the framework and we can change those things later. But right now, we're going to stick with what's in place, if that makes sense. Because I built it with Scott. I don't want him to, because he's already like, they're going to come in here and just say what they're going, like, I don't want to feel like fight. I'm like, it's not. We're going to say that this is what it is. We're going to move forward. We're going to get shit done. And I need you to help support that.
It's fine. Just send the invite. And
It's getting ready to come out right now. Yep.
Let's just go, and then we can rename stuff later. It's like,
Yeah.
just fucking go, man. Come on.
I,
You know?
I sense that's where you are. It's really Scott's even he's kicking and screaming right now, thinking I'm fucking us all over by bringing us together like this. He thinks it's a bad idea, and I'm telling him, give me 3 months. He promised me, and I should. I'm probably opening up too much. I want him to be the one to tell you guys this, but he promised me we're gonna give this 3 months. We're gonna meet on a regular basis, and we're gonna do this for 3 months. Now, whether you guys will be in the room with me, but that's what I'm working with you guys to build out. And if you become gatekeeper and we can free up an hour for you once a week, that's all I need from you, like 1 hour a week. And I know that sounds preposterous, like this is too much here. No, if you just meet me with 1 hour a week and you work from the framework we're working from and you help adopt it and work from it, we're good. We don't have to spend more than an hour a week. So thanks for your time, boss.
Yeah.
Talk to you tomorrow. Bye. So fucking see when you get on the phone with them, you can sense that frustration. You can sense their What's up, Bubba? As long as you bundle up, then wear your coat.
Yep.
And you need that door with the dogs.
Dogs? I was gonna let them out, but they didn't want to.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep them. I need you to leave that door closed, buddy. Is there anything else you need?
Yep.
Whatever. Oh, motherfucker. You should not just give me 10 different versions like that. That's the most I ever say on this damn stream, just so you know. Because I drink all this carbonated bullshit. I know you ain't going shooting today.
What's that?
You're not going shooting today, are you?
No, no, not at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little cold for that.
I don't shoot in the winter.
Well, how was your trip?
It was good. It was good. It was successful, so it was really good.
Yeah, that's what I
So,
heard in the status meeting. That's awesome.
so what's up?
Well, I wanted to call you. I sent you that email last week. I didn't know if you had a chance to talk to Randy or not.
Because I was gone all week last week and just getting back on my feet on the ground. So let me talk to him tomorrow.
Yeah, no huge rush on it. I still have a few
Okay.
weeks, and I just, I don't want you to feel the weight of it to be super heavy, but it would be very helpful to me. So, yeah, let me know.
Okay. Okay, I will. I'll be talking with him tomorrow anyway. So, because I'm traveling, I'm back up to Chicago on Friday. So,
Yeah, I'm actually working on his stuff tonight. I got something. He's got to get taxes started soon. He's gonna be busy here soon, so I got to get him set up with a few things. His son-in-law, but yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
glad you're staying home, staying warm, man. We'll talk soon.
All right. All right. See you. Bye.
Bye.
Yes, sir.
I hope I caught you before you went to bed.
Traffic jam.
Ew. Well, I was just going. You're not going to be working tonight, are you?
Am I going to be working tonight?
Yeah.
Probably not. At
Yeah.
this point.
I'm gonna put a little bit of time into it today, and that means, are you planning on working heavy tomorrow
Well, I would love to if I could.
on
Are you talking
taxes?
about on taxes?
Correct.
There's work I could be doing, but if I need to stay off so you can get it done, I'll stay off.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm going to get started tonight, but I probably won't get it done tonight. I don't want to have that pressure. So if you have a busy day tomorrow for taxes, I'd rather wait till tomorrow night.
No, I don't. I have more work for Fisher than I have. I can do Fisher work than taxes.
Well, I appreciate that, and that gives me time to work on it a little bit tonight, and I can still have maybe a little bit of time tonight for myself, and I can work on it more tomorrow. So that's beautiful. And then yeah, and hopefully we can get Ben in there. Uh, we should be able to test it between you and I, and then we'll know Ben's good and he can start when he's ready.
Okay. Reach out to me when you want to do that, or like you're whatever, or I can get on the tax computer if it's or whatever. So,
Yeah, and I also realized that your old computer's on the network, and the both those computers when he's on the VPN can see that old machine because it's got that brawn like it. That I didn't realize was causing some problems while we were on the. That's why I kept on running into speed bumps. Like, oh, that's. And I don't want to shut down that old computer yet because I need to get to it from time to time. But anyway, I know what needs to happen. I just need to get it done.
I know we got our best people working on it.
I appreciate the faith, my friend. We'll talk soon.
No problem. So, yeah, so I'll stay off until I hear from you.
All
I
right.
mean, off the tax computer. I'll get Fisher's.
Yeah, well, let's make sure we talk tomorrow afternoon and
Okay.
see where we're at. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Have a good one, Randy. Be safe.
Sure. Bye-bye.
What's going on, baby? Oh, you have Tempe still? Okay. Well, I just was just coming up for air. I've been working. I'm still working. As you know, so all right, I'm off here. Y'all have a lovely day.